Okay. First things first, I actually haven't distributed the new items yet. So let me go do that. Yeah, that might actually be good, kind of good for her, but what's this? I can give this to her because I know we're getting a companion later that's also an officer. So I managed to go to the expo last night and I feel like I missed it. Oh, is it that bad? Okay. I think I might actually give this to her because her gun tends to do quite a bit of ouchies. Yeah, sure, why not? Pop that on her. I think he still has full... It also stands in, I suppose. Okay. So next off, we go to the Cenobium. I also forgot about the venue's massive second floor. It seems like all the cosplayers ended up there. Interesting. What's this? Starports, bunker. Alright. Let's continue this shit show, shall we? Hey, Abby. Yeah, we actually did. There she is. Sister Argenta. There she is. How you doing, Abby? So many people are sad that you can't romance her, but I can understand why. I'm doing okay, just very tired. I didn't get a lot of sleep. But it's fine. I live.
None shall stand in my way.
No worries. Take care of yourself, Red, and I hope you look... well, I hope at least your day ends up passing quickly. You can get home and just chill out a bit. Oh, that reminds me, Derek, the numbers are, she's lost so far 20,000 followers or something across Twitch and YouTube. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I was kind of just like passed out. Yep. It's massive. Ich big. Hey, Goddestain. How you doing? Sister Battle are so good. Oh, yeah. Let's see how this goes. Oh. The yawns. It's a lot of VTuber drama.
Strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hand.
It's VTuber drama. Black Forest, like massive VTuber drama at this point. Again, I mean, when isn't there VTuber drama? Okay, you know what? I'm kind of cheating just a little bit, but I want to go this way first.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
The need for a sister of battle chief is real. I know, right? Alright. Let's talk to Mr. Electro Priest over here. A tech priest body rests on a metal table, surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of sacred unguents covers his withered flesh. These oegmatics have been polished with great care. Intricate electudes cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wire envelops his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his mechadendrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Pekravar's maxim. Death does not end the service of spirit-driven. Oh god, I'm not sure how well this is gonna go. Let's examine the body. It succeeded! The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. This ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming. His mind, enveloped in digital reverie, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. The sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Why are things vibrating? Hello? I told you not to vibrate. No vibrato. Before anyone gets funny ideas, I'm talking about my phone. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuits. There is no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. You little perverts. A lot of you. Definitely not Artie. Wow. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. Random fucking anime moan. The vox on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn Beneric aria that turns into a crackling, somnolent voice. That's startling. You got startled by an anime moan? In this dark hour, I'm ready to bring you good tidings, Tech Brethren. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. The second galvanic hymn is a revered and miraculous prayer of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it very well. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric, and the Omnissiah lights the spark of reason within us. And let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds toward his light. Twitch app has points icon, but it's disabled. Interesting. Let it be so indeed. What that? Vibración. Hello? Mucho vibración. You know what's the funny thing? It's not even Twitch notifications or like my Twitter that's going off or anything. No, it's fucking emails. I'm like, oh, I set everything to use the same profile for when I get a notification. No, everything else doesn't get anything except my fucking emails. Excuse me? Why you do this to me? Hold on. Now I'm kind of curious. Now I'm gonna fucking change this bastard thing. Wait, can I even fix this? I was about to say, no, it was a fucking email, a Steam notification, like a Steam email. Oh, this thing is on sale. Gee, thanks. Like I need to know that this specific item is on sale. Wonderful. Great. There are so many things on my Steam wish list. Yeah. I usually have the sale thing turned off. It just keeps sending me emails for like Steam stuff. I should go someday and like turn off everything. You need to know right now the fate of Steam shareholders is at stake. Dastardly. Oh, so you didn't get the notification for gifted games yet? Wait, what? Fishy, am I gonna kick your butt? I'm gonna murder you. It's not gonna be a fun experience. No, wait, you might actually enjoy that. Aww. I'm finally. fried the fish. Alright, who or what are you? Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse II. By the will of the Omnissiah, the prior of this monastery, and the guardian of the miraculous fusion reactor, now and ever, world without end. I'm a, Now I'm paranoid. Here in this cell of mine, I have conquered death, and my mind has soared toward the Omnissiah in a blessed data dream. My body is decaying, but my spirit will remain by my master's side. For I am the sacred sentinel of the code, the guardian of the sacred relic, and the eye that watches over the rite of operation. Tell me what your data dream is like. I am one with the motive force, and it opens my mind to the sacred impulses of knowledge. Ex-Catholic and Mrs. And then I have to go take a drink. God damn! My reason has become as fast as a flying electron in the ray of light, and time is no more for me, for I am eternal. In my Beneric reverie, I comprehend the wisdom of the machine god and share it with the humble priests who come to my cell thirsting for my knowledge. The monastery is under attack by heretics. Can you help me? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, for it is said in the 4th Article of Security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic. But should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? Ooh. Coercion might be my best here. Would you prefer to wait until they get their dirty hands inside your sacred reactor? Do you have any idea what they will do to it? Hell! Yes! The relic. The mere thought of its desecration is a blasphemy. The mere chance of it is sacrilege. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry cracking sounds come from inside the crypt's walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest's command. And now we are slightly more resistant to lightning. Which, that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. We need that. But only slightly. Hey, Kotsu! How you doing? What do you mean?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Uh-huh. Level up. Level up. That's actually kind of nice. Faster fire rate is interesting. Armor penetration and dodge, though. So the end, each attack deals additional damage equal to... Oh. Oh, that's the area attack. That might actually be good for Argenta, though. Even this one might be fun for her. I think I'm gonna take this one. This turn, melee attacks deal an additional... Oh, okay, that's actually cool. Especially since I know who's coming up soon. For one round, the warrior becomes the priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. Also, the warrior against 3%. It's also kind of... You know what? I might actually take this one. Because the first time I played this, I took completely different things. Huh. Oh, that might actually be nice. If it wasn't on Idira. Might have to actually take this. That could be nice. Oh. Choose logic. And you know what? Let's give her logic. Why not? I said the one that's nice for her is the increased fire rate. Or the area damage, but I'm gonna take the fire rate. Because why not? I cannot move. Since he's kind of closer up to people, this might actually be good for him. You know what? Let's put some. You know what? Let's dump more into his tech use. Why not? Okay. Now we got that out of the way.
Follow my lead.
Let's go pick up our last companion. At least for now, I think. Yeah, no, this is the last one for
with
now.
that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
Another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
The tall dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. Supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. Thor's sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Interrogator Van Callox, I presume?
Yes. Well, since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrix Van Callox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I know it's not the same spelling, but every time I hear someone pronounce his name or have to pronounce his name as Callox, I think of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. I'm sorry.
Shadow. A great big sun-eclipsing, chain-weaving shadow. I can see the threads, myriads of them extending toward us all, and all of them creeping off toward him like snakes, shrouding us in poison. My, oh my, do I sense trouble, and it's right in my throat. It itches.
Again, out of everyone in this game, the voice actress for Idira does an incredible fucking job. Like, holy shit.
A psyker. Interesting. And a diviner at that. Even more interesting.
Huh?
Are you sanctioned?
I think something was downloading for a second. Okay, no, it's fine. Oh, my nose, give me a sec. There we go. Yeah, I saw for a second, yeah, it went from green to yellow on OBS, so I was like, Yeah, at least it's not going anywhere, but I wonder if something is downloading somewhere. Hold on, let me go check. This is where I go through all of my fucking platforms to see which one is doing stupid shit. Yeah, it's not. Nope, sign out of that one. Couldn't keep that one open. Can sign out of that. Can sign out of that. Only one that really sometimes does dumb shit like downloading stuff when I don't want it to really is Steam. And give my brain a second. Dial-up noises happening over here. Battle.net. There we go. Nothing's downloading.
Don't you Inquisition me! I'm under the rogue trader's
It's closed.
protection.
I did close my Epic. And I don't have any games loaded through my Epic at the moment. Well, I do have one, but they don't update, really. Not like Steam. For some reason, I've noticed that Epic Games doesn't really update games as often as Steam does. Like, it takes them longer to do updates for games. I don't know why that is. Or maybe it's just me. I don't know. Idira is a member of my personal retinue and is under my protection.
Your retinue, you say? Then let's go back to my previous question. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
Yeah, nah, it happens. I've noticed that as well, Eric and Fishy. Rogue Trader von Valencius.
Von Valencius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of rogue trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I am here to collect you. I am under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship. Uses English.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Engels kan ons asseblief saamwerk. Ek weet jy sien my eerste taal nie, maar fok weet. Imagine speaking such a slow language. Yeah, some days my brain just doesn't want to English. It's like,
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You're addressing a rogue trader.
It is my natives, and some days even it feels a lot for me.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the Final Dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted Final Dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
He sounds pissed off. Precisely what were you doing at the monastery?
I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
He's actually one of the few characters that looks more human than majority of the other characters you meet. Him and Argenta, surprisingly. Like, you don't really see any tech on him. He might have implants, but it's just you don't see any. God, that rugged handsomeness. What did you do to him?
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins.
Yeah, I imagine. That would convince anyone to do anything. I can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Alright, let's get going. Oh, did not want to do that. Thank you. I want to level him up. You know what? Sure, let's give him thick skin. Skill. Or we'll give him a little bit of toughness. Might also be useful. That's actually kind of nice. Okay, that might actually be nice. You know what? We'll take this for him. There we go. Alright. Let's move on.
Victory awaits.
This is kind of where things are gonna get annoying. Very cheer. Okay. I remember this. This is gonna suck. This is gonna suck ass. Ain't gonna be fun.
They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help submit.
Yep, that's
and
why I
you'll
put them
die
over there.
quickly.
Let the blood flow!
Been ambushed. Which is totally fine. Because at least this way I can move them one by one. Sup, Titty? Oh shit, I just pushed a button I didn't want to push, but that's fine. We got double clicks. Ah, it's fine. You bitch.
Death to the weak.
How you doing, Teddy? Doing alright, just tired. Just very, very tired. Other than that, I'm fine.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Oh, that works.
Chaos guides me.
Yeah, they're not making my life a little easier with this. Because this runs on real time and not turn-based. So literally it'll keep pushing electricity through. That's why I wanted to do this one by one. Move people through instead of any other way.
Be gone.
Okay, that's one less problem to deal with. Even with the electricity buff, it's still very owie because it does per second damage instead of per turn damage.
My vow is to serve.
Okay. So it's a little bit of a mess to be using it, or to be fighting here. Ow.
Already done.
Ah, another clean strike.
God, I wish I had actual Medicae ability on my main character. That's not gonna be very good. Shit. Shit on a stick. It didn't work.
I'm wounded!
Tape?
I won't go down easy.
Guided by faith! Pain cleanses the body.
Well, at least it hurts her, but I definitely
Be
do
strong.
need to do this.
Greater trials lie ahead.
Back into the fray.
I serve the ruinous powers. Your blood will flow.
Definitely does not make my life any easier over here.
On it. But of course, what an unfortunate turn of fate.
Okay.
Not a problem for me.
Try and get them over as quick as I can before.
For the throne's glory.
Heinrich's your aim fucking sucks, buddy.
Rejoice in battle! Administration is a holy task.
Oh, there's a big old moth in here. Why do I always end up with moths? What is this? You have got to be fucking kidding me.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Can you hear my disappointment?
I shall not fear. All too easy.
But of course, I'm done with this one. Throne take you.
Something I can hear goodbye versus. What?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Oh, yeah, oh. Or the moth was here for a second, he kind of fucked off again.
There is
Song from
movement
Silence
in
of the
the
Lambs.
Empyrean.
Ah.
The Omnissiah condemns.
Damn, Pascal. That was nice. Why can't you always hit shit like that? Oh. Fucking Buffalo Bill. Let's see. I can't move far enough in to actually do something about this.
Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Need to move people
I need
up
a
before
foothold.
the lightning starts again.
Scorn the pain.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Actually move Pascal up there and he should be fine. Abelard should be good over there. Yep, that's good.
Already done.
Everyone, step aside.
I love how it's full cover, but he still gets hit. I ain't even ask anymore, man.
Explorers know one route forward.
Can't do much with him. It should be safe, but I'm not sure. We'll see what happens.
Nothing I can't do.
Ah, fuck me. Oh, let's hope that it's 70% and you still fucking miss. How?
Get me a target.
Oh, never mind. We'll take a slow stroll.
Let's see to it. Nothing stands against me.
I'm not even questioning shit anymore, man.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, at least you hit the bitch.
Death to non-believers!
I know what is to come.
As the tactical imperative dictates. The scriptural
Forge ahead. Nothing I can't do. You didn't.
Thank fuck.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking,
Fascinating.
my cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
Okay.
None shall stand in my way.
Nothing's
Cross
impossible for this old officer.
these fours. We can give this one to Mr. It's actually gonna be better for him. Like a Silence of the Lambman. Yeah, sure, why not? Pascal, do your thing.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Okay.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Okay, there is actually
I tire of
something over
idleness.
there, so
Let's move.
dash. Get it? Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
It's about time. I did fine.
Can I get his body part? Thank you. No. No, no, no. I need his body parts. Ah, there we go. Okay. A crowd of cultists has surrounded the tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally, and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. In the clenched claws of stagnation, in the shackles of iteration zero, Under the Iron Wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I'm registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Amernat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Are you sure he's Amernat? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the blessed Amernat's motto. Let's see what's around the hole. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere. Many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the wall. For now, they are all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and do not notice you. That's something, at least. How is he bearing this torture? A devotee of the Omnissiah is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality. But where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of spirit may perish. Ugh. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Amernat a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual. Through sacrilegious torture, they are trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal with which to control the reactor's outer power circuit system. We must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. The mechadendrite points to corpses of heretics lying nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overload them, and thus cleansing the whole of heretics. Sure, why not? The lightning discharges have charred the cultist corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with symbols of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step toward falling. A small compromise with the evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, Rogue Trader? Signs of the arch enemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will, the words of their prayer, even spoken without faith. Their coats of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention toward you. Oh, well. You know what? Wow, I'm actually curious to know what it's like to walk in a heretic's shoes. Jesus. You know what? Sure. I said I was going to be an iconoclast, so let's do it. If it helps to save a worthy man, I'll put on the cultist robes. I pray the Omnissiah gives the blessed Amernat enough fortitude. Pascal grimaces as a new well of pain rends the air. Ugh. I still have, like, heartburn burps from this morning. And it sucks. Oh my goodness. It's just more that it feels bad. Like it's like small pieces of that hard tension knot is shaking loose. I don't know how else to describe it. So it's like small little bubbles forcing their way past the knot. And it hurts when I burp now. It's like, oh, why? Ugh. The heretic's garb clings to your skin like a greedy leech. Tingling and foul fever spreads over your body, as though these tatters have imbibed the vile contents of their former wearer's soul. Okay. What we're gonna do is fuck off. Fuck off. Thank you. We're gonna take... You know what? Why not? We're gonna grab... just him. It should be fine.
Acquisition is possible.
A heavy crown of golden neural augmetics rests upon the servitor's head. The crown is bent and broken from ruthless gun-butt blows. The pale body is covered in blasphemous inscriptions carved into the withered flesh. Identify the satellite as a distribution servitor. I'm registering upon it traces of sacrilegious violation of the right of operation. The probability of its responsiveness to commands below is average. You know what? Try to conduct a restart ceremony. Ooh, it worked! For the glory of the Omnicide, let this machine spirit sleep, that it may awaken and serve again. Pascal gently touches the servitor's crown, deactivating one of its segments. Let the outer neural connection circuit be plunged in darkness. Another touch and several lights on the crown go out. Let the command response hub fall silent. Pascal switches to Benuric speech, accompanying his every action with a line from a sacred hymn. It is amusing how the reverent awe in the tech priest's voice can be discerned even through his rattling box. Suddenly, a light on the servitor's crown comes alive. A shower of sparks bursts from the augmetics on the servitor's brow, and several black, ash-tinted tears run from its empty eye sockets, ready to serve. Energize the hole's power units to the maximum. We'll be done. Okay. It's one of the things we need to be doing. We got some more stuff we need to take care of first. The altar is adorned with gilded skulls. Threads of metal that used to be electus are fused onto the bone. Once majestic, the altar has now been desecrated with blasphemous images of blue-green suns. Some of its levers and buttons have been pried from their sockets, but the mechanism still glorifies the Omnicide with its operation. I identify this as the safety system control altar. For our diversion to succeed, this blessed machine must be executed. And may its spirit forgive us. Forgive us, Honor Machine Spirit. We are obliged to interrupt your work. Mournful Beneric Requiem pours forth from Pascal's vox. Pulls the altar to overload. Pascal offers a short Beneric prayer, then enters command after command to set up a trap for the machine spirit inhabiting the altar. The code born out of the tech priest's tinkering causes the spirit to flutter confusedly in a snare of impossible commands, eat up the altar's circuit boards, and perish forever in the showers of sparks that burst forth from the melting wires. May we be granted the Omnicide's forgiveness for this act. I am registering a general shutdown of the security system. Now the last part. A grim-looking heretic walks up to you resolutely, blocking your path. As he studies your disguise with suspicion, you notice that his left eye has 2 conjoined irises, while his right eye has 4. I don't know you. Who are you, and why haven't I met you before? I love that you can just slap the bitch. Hold on. Let me make my filter slightly tinier so that you guys can also see tech, like the line options here. There you go. Funnily enough, polyseria is an actual thing that happens sometimes. Ooh. I don't know you either. I don't know you either, you know? What's with all the questions? Are you the governor's spy? The cultist is taken aback and staggers backward a little. Fear flashes in his mutated eyes. Ah, to the abyss with you. Go on your merry way, sister. Nice. The tech priest's corpse, his throat slit, sits upon a splendid command throne laced with finely wrought motor force paths. A contorted expression of righteous anger is frozen on his face. A black blindfold covers his eyes. This is the Lumino Deacon's command throne. Jesus, that's a word. This is where the power unit actuation and shutdown litanies are recited from. The blessed Lumino Deacon himself has the honor of closing the circuit to the motor force. The blessed Lumino Deacon himself has the honor of closing the circuit the motor force flows through. Jesus Christ, English. Pascal, kindly sit down on the throne and recite the litany. Pascal freezes and a quiet whisper comes from the vox. Request denied. I am not authorized to sit upon the Luminoid Deacon's command throne. Such an act would be considered sacrilege. We could persuade him, or we can do it ourselves. You know what? I'm gonna let you guys choose that one. Let me know what you guys want me to pick. So either I can convince Pascal to do it, or I can do it myself. I still choose ice cream. Ice cream! You scream, you'll scream for ice cream! I have a jockey. It's warm. Oh, they have 65 toughness, my character. So I guess I could say that they can, they can handle it. You know what, why not? I'll do it. Sit down on a throne and recite the litany of actuation. I'm about to be greatly honored, or else thoroughly charred. Maybe both. It's fine, I'm sure I'll live. As soon as you lay your hands on the command throne's panels, a painful sting of electricity numbs your senses for an instant. Your fingers cramp and your vision grows dim.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
Oh, there's only 2 points of damage. It wasn't that much. Pain is visible in the tech priest's eyes as he looks upon the sacrilege. Forgive us, Omnissiah, for such a gross violation of the right of operation. Repeat the litany after me and activate the command runes I point to. Pascal's vox starts reciting the sacred words, gloomily and hoarsely. Clinging onto the blazing shreds of your fading consciousness, you repeat the words of the litany after Pascal and touch the command runes, as the unabating lightning rips through your muscles and makes your bones crackle. I'm recording a successful activation of the power units. And now we roast everyone. Yeah, having the lightning resistance definitely helps. Oh, we got a lot of shit to pick up now. Jesus Christ. I'll take it. There's more up there. Pascal, open it.
The machine god grants the insight.
I can't see what I'm picking up. Huh?
We must act.
I might have to restart my game, potentially? What did I pick up? I don't even know. Hello? Okay. Control F, I feel. Exit the desktop. Yep, then we're gonna try this again. Well, let's try this again. Hopefully this time I can actually see the shit I'm touching. Yep, there we go. I can actually see it now. Anything else that I should be picking up? Yeah, I know about that up there. I think that's all of it. Yep, alright. Let's go. In the cycles of the foreordained there lurks a flow of worship. The tech priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive creaks in the Beneric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject identified. Unidentified. This is not the blessed Amernat. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Let's examine the tech priest. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust the tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. You know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident effective state of clouded consciousness. Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? Fire of the Hearth sends forth sparks. The name of the spark is Abel Hunneman. The tech priest looks over at Pascal. For a brief moment his speech becomes clear. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at the end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you summoned me to Reichen Menoris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he is saying. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension, plan written so that the righteous may follow, and trust in the great pattern of revelation and uniform progression towards it. Pascal's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long. Ask him about Amernat. You came here because of him after all. No, the tech priest's voice grows stronger. He came because of himself. Myself? To redeem myself, to correct a mistake? Possibly, but how do you... Ooh. There is a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you can hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. Ugh. A cold premonition rakes the heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. I actually forgot what option I picked there. Okay, you can talk once we get him out of here. There we go. We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguent staining his sleeves. His vox rasps soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Try to take down the tech priest crucified on the machine. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness, I heard their prayers, Jesus. Find them, save them, recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden. A blast of emotive force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face contorts into a mocking grimace. Malformed binary code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his box. Well, shit. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the Electro-Priest's hiding place. Peace? Yes, it's a peasty. Pascal responds with the dire rhythms of a containment aria. I note with great sorrow that the cultist's ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of a schismatical, Jesus. An unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the tech sources and protocol. What is a schismatical? Jesus Christ, some of these words. An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit, created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the archenemy's influence, and degenerates into an abomination of this sort. One whose very existence is an insult to the Omnissiah's wisdom. You know, in this case, I don't think he's gonna make it, and he's already corrupted. Might be one of the few times that I take the dogmatic answer here. Grant the Emperor's peace. Jesus. You know, we need to make a drinking game out of this. This is gonna be fucked up if people get drunk every time I mess up English. For people who watched me play some games on YouTube, you know how often I fuck up the English language. If you take shots every time I do it, you're gonna fucking blast in half an hour flat. Yeah, pretty much. We'd be dead. No, I doubt it. Grant the Emperor's peace to the tech priest. That, for some reason, came across as a tongue twister. Let the tainted be eradicated. I only speak English and I still fuck it up. As mangled as it is, the tech priest's body still clings to life. It takes several blows to end his corruption-tainted existence, but even after that, a repulsive giggle is heard over the static from his vox. Sup, Yoda? Pascal's mechadendrite touches the dead man's head carefully, grips his neural augmenting in its claw, and extracts it from its socket with the utmost care. The skull bone cracks dryly, and the brain matter taints the sacred metal. Rest in purity, tech brother. The knowledge you have attained through your efforts will be preserved and purified. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive toward uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Well, shit, there we go. We got him. How you doing, Yoda?
Darkness lurks beyond the bright flashes. No, two darknesses. One streaked with red, with clanking shackles and false preaching. The other, a bilious yellow, the tang of roiling blood and screams of pain.
Ooh, that was still hot. Oh. So I made this hot chocolate like over an hour ago. He's still fucking hot. Why? He's burny. He's very burny. Alright, let's save. Yeah, sure, let's level up. Rapid reload might actually be good for me. I'm gonna lie. Did love boiling my throat for something I thought cool. Yeah, pretty much. Considering how often this does not happen, that doesn't make sense to me. That might actually be fun to use. I'm doing well, just gotta get through, but 2 more hours for work and play some. How is the game, Yoda? That actually seems pretty interesting. Epicenter Slaughter, though, is also kind of nice, but I think I gave that to Abel already, so let's choose in range. Let's pile some toughness on him. What my friends seem to like this far. You know, I've seen it and I've looked at it and was like, it looks good, but with so many newer titles that have come out, I'm very careful and skeptical. As bad as it sounds, it's fantastic. I'll likely play it again once I finish this run. Huh. Like, I like the entire vibe and idea of the game. My nose. It's that moment where your nose is like, hey, remember me? I'm still here, bitch.
Victory awaits!
I'm paranoidally saving because... why not? Oh. Cogitator's green screen lights up as you approach it and displays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle too. The device's keyboard lights up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the verse. Save early, save often, and save out of fire. Yeah, that actually sounds... You know, that is most games that are CRPGs. Like, yeah. That's definitely how most of these games go. I want to try some actual builds on a second run. I kind of cheesed it this time through, though just went to all health and main attack stat. Oh. Interesting. Was it really that easy? And that is technically a build. An Unga Bunga. That's what Pascal says. Pascal, kindly remind me how this hymn goes. Pascal's vox lets out a noisy groan as if he's clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only higher-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn." Hey, if it works, it works. Abelard snorts and struggles to suppress an involuntary smile. Emperor, help us all. The esteemed Megosat has been caught out not knowing a prayer, and now he's floundering like a cadet in an exam. Oh shit! Hey, Kotsu. Thank you for the raid, Kotsu. How are you doing? Did you have fun? Call of Duty, hell yeah. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Never thought I'd see the day. Okay, because I've done this before, I remember which ones I chose. So the first one is the ominous eye from whom the holy discharge springeth forth. Verse 2 calls to you, Pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude toward the arcane key that closeth the circuit. Now finish this prayer, Pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charges power, the immortal reason that hath created the spark. I hope you're doing good, Kotsu. Yeah, I haven't played Call of Duty in a long ass time. Back to work for me. Norris, take care. Good luck at work. You ready for next month? Yeah. It's gonna be a little bit slow though because I have Call of Duty on my mechanical drive, so loading in and so on is gonna be a little A solemn Beneric chill comes from the cogitator. Verily so, a pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened. Yeah, let's open that up too. Pascal, do your thing.
This explorator is blessed with more functionality.
Ooh. Interesting. So, for people who are not sure what is going on, I'm joining Maseekers for her stack up run. So if you guys want to share a good share Yes. If you guys want to take part in a good cause or anything, I think the 24th of May she said it is. I might have to ask her about it. But the 24th of May, she's taking part in a Stack Up charity run for them. I would have done it with her this year. It's just I've had enough shit going on, unfortunately, for this last little while where I'm just like, I just want to take a breather this year. Next year, I'll get back to doing charity stuff and so on for everyone. I'm just kind of focused on streaming and getting my life a little together. And let's face it, me with my bad luck these last few weeks, I need a break. But if you want to support a good cause, you can just go and stop by on the 24th. Join the shenanigans. Be an interesting time. And hey, nice to see you're going to be playing with us, Katsu. Okay. Do I want to get the arc rifle though, or do I want to give that to someone else? I mean, all my other stuff are already better. I could just give it to her. Because she can use it. Should I though? No, why not? Let's give it to her as kind of like a crowd control situation. She can use it, so why not? Yeah, no, next year I'll definitely get back to helping and doing stuff with Stack Up again, and with Gamers Outreach.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
On the battlefield.
Luckily for me, because of the blessing my guys got from the tech priests, or that one electro priest, these guys are not going to hurt me much. As you can see. I haven't played COD with Seek since Modern Warfare 3 Zombies. Oh. I'm sure you'll do fine. Like, you've played it more than me then. I have not played in a while. The only one that's really gonna suffer from lightning damage is Heinrichs. But, surprisingly, he's got very good dodge. It's not doing much to him in the end.
Naturally.
Ah, actually didn't know he had that. Darn it. No worries, no worries. You have a good one, take care of yourself, and have a good snooze.
I will do my duty. Target well struck. At your beck and call.
Request approved.
All too easy. Nothing of value has been lost.
That is not my destiny.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Focus, Van Calox. Focus.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
How do you miss from that close?
Cleanses the body.
I can see this being a disastrous fight if you do
The
not
Emperor is on our side.
have
For the throne.
the electric debuff or the electric resistance. I can definitely see that just fucking you up solid.
Victory is imminent.
The scriptural prognosis, the Omnissiah, condemns you.
Not a problem to me.
Was farewell.
Rejoice in battle!
I won't go down easy.
I'll do it.
Oh, that actually hit him.
Let's see to it.
I think it's just this guy and one other one left, and they're all done.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
So technically they aren't our enemies, they forced our hand.
The tread of his faithful. The Omnissiah no insignificant value.
Okay. And as you can see, you can't pick up anything from their corpses. Oh, hey, there's still goodies back here. What? We gotta go back. We gotta get the goodies. We need the goodies. We're not leaving without the goodies.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Where's... Oh, that's over there. You know what? We can just run around this way. So I don't end up having to run through that gauntlet of electricity in that hallway.
It's about time.
I mean, luckily this place isn't that big, so it's fine.
We need to investigate.
Yes, goodies. All the goodies. Alright, let's go for it. Machine Alter accepts the contract. Bada bada bada. Ta-da! And here are the Electro Priests. A shortish muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger, but right now he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or electoos, show through his oddly bluish tinted skin. Killer muscular. God damn it. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes, yet he turns his face straight toward you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. You know what? The Emperor protects. Why not? The man responds curtly, as if giving a military command. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium receives you, Pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse 6, servant of the motive force and the Praetor Electroid of this sacred monastery. Pascal is the only one bowing. Wow, we look like assholes. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of binaric signals comes from his vox, to which the Praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of Praetor Electroid is a sign of high standing in the Electro Priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor." You have the honor of hosting the rogue trader of House von Valencius. I urge you to follow proper etiquette when you're interacting with the imminent bearer of the sacred warrants. Wow. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desecrators. Darumple 6, it was you, was it not, that Logos Abel came seeking an interpretation of his data trance? Yes, Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretic's machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logos volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon afterward. Tell me more about Logos Abel. We did not speak much to each other. He preferred to devote his time to solitary reflections in this chapel. The Omnissiah has given Tech Brother Abel a gift of great insight, which allows him to discern each individual facet of existence rather than the overall view. This makes his logic different from that of other people. His mind has always been able to combine facts and conclusions into harmonious wholes that were nothing short of beautiful. Many among my flock found his sermons poetic. What kind of visions was he receiving? The Omnissiah's revelation was encrypted with great meticulousness, which indicates its great importance. Grasping it fully is beyond my ability, but a single touch was enough for me to realize the enormity of the secret concealed within, or, more exactly, the secret design, which was how Tech Brother Abel referred to it. His mind had discerned in the world around him traces of some grand silence that he wished to comprehend. Well, fortunately, Logos Abel is dead. Sad news indeed. Tech Brother Abel was chosen by the Omnissiah to be a comprehender of great mysteries. May his spirit's motive force come into being anew in the founts of the miraculous fusion reactor. I have a few questions about this place and the people in it. Truth is like light, and blocking its path is criminal. The Praetor Electroid nods majestically. Who are you? The hard-working servants and dwellers of this cenobium. Electro-priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Corpus Cari did us a great honor by entrusting into our care a sacred relic around which the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium was built. What precisely do you believe in? We have devoted ourselves to the worship of that aspect of the machine god which is known as the motive force. It is the blessed divine spark that creates impetus in the universe. The Omnissiah, in his mercy, gave the world the gift of the motive force, and we follow its impulses in order to increase it, bring it to lay people, and protect it from unholy hands. The relic that this monastery protects provides the entire planet of Rakan Minoris with a blessed motive force, and we, unworthy though we are glad to serve the ancient machine that dwells in this place. Tell me more about your relic. It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence, and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rakan Minoris by the holy warrior of faith Locke Impulse I during one of his campaigns. Its sacred spark has not gone out for an instant, and the walls and power units of this cenobium have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant laypeople, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Pascal keeps his solemn silence, but the quickening of his mechadendrite's claw betrays his excitement being so close to the sacred archaeotech. You're not like other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus I've met. Our faith imposes a duty of obedience on us. Every electro-priest is given numerous electues that combine in a blessed voltigized circuit, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with its light and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call this phenomenon, this dying away of unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies. I understand everything. I am pleased to be the conductor of truth. Why are you calling me a pilgrim? Only those laypeople who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross this monastery's threshold. All others are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of electropriests, but your intentions are good. If you are not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. What happened here, and how did you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon the cenobium, we gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defender's spark of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as far as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abodes lay ahead of us. I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a tinge of wounded pride in Heinrich's words, as if he is upset about failing to discover the Electro-Priest's shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the Ark wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Ragan Menorahs may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. The Praetor Electroid nods towards his entranced comrades. So what I'm getting out of this is that they're constantly just spamming open requests so that she can't do what she wants to do, and I just have this weird mental image of an old Windows PC just over and over and over. Oh my god. Oh my god. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear. I'm having such a smile about this that I'm struggling to read on my knee. My god. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves. Thank you, Pilgrim. It was not easy watching an unholy intruder stampede through the chambers of my temple. We all envied our brethren who had fallen before the sacrilege began. I wish to get to the holy reactor. It is a goofy image. It's just a group of 10 fucking people around one computer just spamming various commands while another person is on the other side just being like, the fuck, why is my shit not working? Ooh. The Ark is hidden from Pilgrim's eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hole that leads to the high reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, Pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. I must press on. May the charge of the omnisized grace persist in the batteries of the faithful. Alright. Time to quick save. That fucking mental image, man, it's got me. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't. Alright. We have another fight on our hands. Let's go.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, motherfucker.
Halt! I noticed something.
Oh, the burps. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask, yet the voice pouring up beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber brass of a void wolf, a boarder of ships. How predictable your path is, how static. All the possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here in the fiery tempest that'll mark the final dawn. The woman turns her mask to Pascal and gloats. You've arrived just in time, little cog. The schismaticals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. Pascal's vox raps musingly. A cog. I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechadendrite whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust I will build order. What a talented enemy! Can you do the governor's voice? God damn. You know what? Silence, heretic. Your crazed preaching will not touch my mind. You cling to your blindness so desperately. You think it'll protect you from the blinding radiance of the truth. The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre. A martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant to of what is to come, or a corpse. I would take some time to wrestle from you the details of the future that the cult prophesizes. Hopefully when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. What you'll be is a living torch blazing for its glory. Argenta's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true. Your people wanted my head. Why? Brother Twilight, known to you as Kunrad, marked you as a target. Your foiling of his plan sealed your death warrant. It is now a predestined certainty that changes can no longer affect. Who are you? My name is known to you. I am Aurora, servant of Eurolon the Cruel and the spark of the final dawn that is destined to set Rick and Menoris ablaze. A great path for one who was born into the Imperial's bondage but shunned her predestination in favor of the change is promised by the edge of daybreak. Whose servant are you? Is Eurolon a demon or just another heretic? Resounding laughter comes from behind the mask. Your flippancy is so amusing. Why, you have no inkling of the chasm that separates us. He is a prophet who foresaw our impending doom and who graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of ancient wisdom from a time before we were slaves to our bitter predestination. Oh, traitor, I can't wait to close this creature's mouth with the seal of death. Or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? Well, that's impatience. Edge of daybreak. Is that your unholy patron? Our teacher, our savior, our merciful God born in the immaterium out of the woes of those laboring under a legacy of ignorance and servitude. Okay. You cannot see the woman's face behind her mask, but judging by her tone of malicious triumph, you could swear she is smiling. And he remembers you, Von Valencius. The silly savior fantasy you've been acting out amuses the true masters of those people's fate. So what is this final dawn? It is all your followers talk about. Oh, my nose. Hello? Oh, schniefels. Salvation from a death whose name is yet unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant in the Corona's expanse. Do you think anyone will come to our aid when cataclysms shake our homes and planet-wide genocides are unleashed? Will the Emperor help? Or the idol of iron they call the Omnissiah? No, we will die alone and abandoned. Only one deity is promising salvation, the Edge of Daybreak. Mercy and salvation will come to all who believe in him and purify their souls in the light of the final dawn. What servitude are you talking about? Or predestination? Everyone born in the Imperium has a predestination. Soldier, the commoner, the administratum official, the technomat, the void rat. All are consigned to serving the Golden Throne and then dying a grim death for its glory. The Imperium never thinks twice about treating people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they're the most easily replenished of all resources. They ain't wrong. Just putting it out there. Even your path is predestined, rogue trader. You will perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain, and your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. The fruits of your efforts will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars, Terra, and other safe worlds. I insist that it is the natural order of things, but that it is a lie. It is an order that benefits them. Why are you blinding people? You think they are blind? They see far more than you do. The reflections and mirrors blessed by the energies of the Immaterium. The edge of daybreak reveals to them the visions of true distance and gives them glimpses of what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile masters have taught them to see only what is consistent with the lies they tell. The gift we give is that of true sight. The woman takes a glass prism out of the folds of her clothes and looks at you through it with a mocking chuckle. The prism's bluish pink sheen imprints itself on your retinas as though it has been burned into them. Guess what I see when I look at you? In that case, you should consider losing your eyes too, sister, because your visions are all wrong. My whispers are telling me something completely different about who dies here and now. I won't spoil the surprise, so let's just say it will come as quite a shock to you. Idira grins maliciously. I think that is enough heretical talk. Conversations about truth always frighten ignorant minds. Enough. I'll rid record menorahs of your tyranny. Execute them in the name of the Edge of Daybreak. Well, actually, I didn't read the first sentence, but that kind of fits. The Electro priests rip their hands off of the English. The Electro priests strip their hands off the command panels, raining their flesh on the stakes that pierced them. As their schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force's radiance, all the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name the heretic keeps repeating, the Edge of Daybreak, digs into your hearing like a blade into the defenseless flesh. Yes, dicks are defenseless. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind. What do you mean, Bentley? Why?
Take a knee and bow before me.
All of you will
Dickle the pickle? Alright, we're gonna split off into teams here. She's kind of gonna be useless because she usually ends up murdering me or herself. But it's fine.
I serve the ruinous powers!
I don't have time for this.
I bring ruin.
Out of my way!
Wish I had more grenades. This might have actually been helpful. Well, I mean, if you guys are gonna kill yourselves, I am all for it. This might bite me in the ass, but let's see what happens.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Okay. I'm so careful of using her fucking abilities.
Everyone, step aside.
But of course.
That better be ineptitude, not malice. Guided by faith. Faith shields me. As the Emperor commands.
Death to non-believers! Take you.
Stop it!
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
Narrative dictates. Running binaric override. My vow is to serve.
Oh, well, never mind. I forgot that would do that. That's fine. We still have one turn.
Patience has failed them.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
I might actually take a chance here and shift my character over to take out the Tech Priest, the Electro Priest.
Opposing me
Buying myself
was
some
your
time.
biggest mistake.
What is this foreboding? I serve the ruinous powers.
I'm injured. I'm enraged.
High momentum.
Naturally. I'm done with this one.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak.
Death to the weak.
I won't go down easy.
Follow my lead.
Okay. Let's do this.
One fewer target. That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done. I took care of this one.
And unfortunately I can't attack again, but that is fine. I'm at least pushing my way up and taking care of shit, which is nice. Still have 1, 2, 3, 4 Electro Priests that I need to kill.
Nothing I can't do. There's nowhere to hide.
Cover me!
Oh yeah, no, it's not that bad. Like, this is
I need a
fine.
foothold. Let's see to it.
I've suffered worse. At your beck and call.
Okay, we won back another turn. The music always makes it sound more dire than it is. Yeah, but that's just Warhammer in general. Their music just tends to be this way. Jeez.
See my great work.
My tactics are flawless. Suits my purposes, nothing of value has been lost.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
What? Really?
Get me a target. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it.
That makes my life a little bit easier.
I'll do it. It cleanses the body.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Yep, I can cheese it just a little. There we go.
Advancing. Running binary function successfully terminated.
Just a minor setback.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Anyone I can hit? Nope.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Will do. Farewell.
Finally!
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Can actually use this to at least just get closer, which is also kind of nice.
Naturally. Let's see to it. Your reckoning is due.
We cheese the movement.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
A tactically sound approach. Indeed.
Shoot.
Already done.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Okay, I should actually be able to charge at his ass.
I won't do that. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Okay.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
It will be done. Reduced to dust.
Okay. Makes my life easier.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Praise me.
Suits my purpose of opposing you was your biggest mistake.
I might actually not make it.
The Emperor is on our side. Alas, no. Naturally.
Another one is down.
Just shot Pascal. Oh, that's awful.
The Emperor will be undone.
Yeah, I might not make it. Yeah, I took too much time. I might actually not make this. Yeah, no, I didn't make it. Motherfucker. I end up shooting fucking Pascal. Seriously, man. Oh, fucking hell.
Victory awaits.
Yeah, that was... I should do way more damage, but I'm not. I don't have any other weapons that I can actually put on people, though I might actually give myself grenades to work with just to speed the process along. Fuck a duck. Yeah, I might actually give him that. Okay. That is actually a good thing to give him and Abelard. Shit. Alright. I'm just gonna blast through the text stuff. Skip this so we can get to where we were. Oh, that's actually new. I didn't check that before. Sir, I've heard some of these VAs elsewhere, but I can't remember. Are you trying to blow up the reactor? I'm lighting the spark of the final dawn. Sometimes the future revealed in the Age of Daybreak's vision is fragmented between the facets of possibility, and the view is unclear. I have glimpsed the importance of this place for what is to come, and I have solved the puzzle. The flash of purity will transform this world and bring it closer to the Immaterium in which it will be reborn. False believers will perish in the fire, whilst the faithful will find their salvation in their new form in it. You will never tame the spirit of this ancient and noble machine, ignorant layperson. It does have a vile temper, but I have assistants who can help tame it. The woman nods casually towards the maimed electro-piece, whose hands are affixed to the control panels with steel spikes. One of the servants of the Omnissiah casts a torture glance at you, his voice trembling with horror. Blasphemous spirits have crawled under our skin and into our sacred iron. Take the motive force of our bodies, I implore you. We do not wish to offend the Omnissiah with the sacrileges our hands are committing. They resisted for a long time, but now their bodies and souls belong to the schismaticals. Line after line, the scrap code they produce will awaken the reactor's unyielding spirit as well, and it too will yearn for change and freedom. Alright. Let's go. It'll probably come to you when you least expect it, where it'll pop up. Alright, once their turn is over, I'll save this so that I can, if I fail again, I can just reload from here instead of go through the whole thing again. Okay. The control is F5, because why not? Well, in my case, the F and F5 because 60% function key.
Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do. Of value has been lost.
Makes my life a little easier.
Abelard. The ruinous powers.
As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Hey, that is actually not that bad. Could have been better, but it's not that bad.
I will endure.
Out of my way.
Oh, it's fine. He at least killed his friends.
Victory is imminent. Someone else can do this.
What is this foreboding? Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Yeah, that healed him, but it got rid of some of them. That makes my life a little bit easier to an extent.
Such is the will of chaos. Injured. I'm enraged.
I won't object to it.
I'm a member. Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Running binary override.
Makes my life easier if they kill him.
Martyrdom is a reward.
Death to non-believers.
Already done. You didn't stand a chance. Nothing I can't do.
Oh, that sucked. That's fine. We have one dead, which already makes my life way easier. See if I can bring her closer to work on the next one.
Doubt is for the weak.
That was depressing. We're not gonna talk about her messing shit.
Fate shields me.
She's fine, she can heal herself, so it's not the end of the world.
I will do my duty. It will be done. One fewer target. At your beck and call.
Get him closer so long, so that I have less to deal with.
I know what is to come. But of course, farewell. Was that you? Or anything else?
I've suffered worse.
But of course, be gone.
Activating calculated fury algorithm. The Omnissiah condemns you.
I won't go down easy.
Forge ahead. Not a problem for me.
I'll do it.
Just a minor setback. My place is at the ball. It will be done. At your beck and call.
There is movement in the Empyrean. On it.
Pain and duty go hand in hand. I took care of this one.
For the throne's glory.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Okay, this is gonna make things interesting. Might have to move over here and start at least taking shots at these guys and getting rid of them.
Suits my purpose. Opposing was your biggest mistake.
Rejoice in battle! It's not.
It will be done.
Nope, this one is actually pretty fine on my eyes. Doesn't give me any trouble at all. It's one of the few that doesn't.
Natural. I'm done with this.
Kind of depends. While yes, there are these bright moments, it's less neon heavy than a lot of other games are, so it's not as harsh on my eyes as you would think.
Advancing.
Focus. Thank you.
Nothing I can't do. You kill it.
I will not, as the Emperor commands, eradicated.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I'd rather not. At your beck and call.
No worries.
Cover me!
Your reckoning is due. Let's see to it.
As the tactical imperative dictates. The scriptural process is favorable and awake.
Guided by faith. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done. One fewer target. I will do my duty.
foothold. Not sectioned to do this.
Who even taught you to fight like this?
Never mind. I thought he was just gonna run towards him and not actually hit him. But hey, it happens, yeah.
My vow is to serve and erase you, machine spirit.
Ah, crap. Not what I wanted to do. That's fine.
You'll regret this.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Pathetically sound of it.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Ooh. I need a breather after that. That was a little close. Enough! Now an age rattling voice speaks you from behind the bloodstained mask. You're powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too. A blinding voltaic arc bar bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses. The light is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You'll pay for this. You and the woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt, then concludes dryly, confirming purgation and termination. Heinrich grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. I said we'd come to a shock to her, didn't I? Her eyes literally sparkled with astonishment. Adira's smug grin gives way to an expression of concern. That's it. My friends from behind the door won't calm down. They keep sneering and guffawing as if some joke's on us and not her. Interesting. Heinrich approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please. I need no more than a minute. Let's inspect the control panel. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and toward the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be the lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. What remains of the blade has a blue sheen to it, the same tint as Conrad's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. This is no human-made artifact. It is grown from wraithbone, a material favored by the Eldari. Ancient and highly advanced alien race that once dominated the galaxy. An Eldari material composed of crystallized psychic energy used in the creation of everything from art to craft worlds. Heinrichs, take a look over here. Is this by any chance what you were looking for? Heinrichs raises his head, gets up, and makes a wry face as he carefully examines Aurora's weapon. This unholy object is the work of inhuman hands. Judging by the cold I'm sensing, it is a tool of the archenemy. I'm most grateful for your vigilance. Heinrich takes a strange shard out of the control panel and studies it for a few seconds. Curious. Heinrich stows the corrupted object away and turns to you. Rogue Trader, on the behalf of the Holy Orders, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from your requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I'm ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have other business in the system. In which case, I am prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Sure, let's see if we can remove Aurora's mask. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's face. Well, flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask, but after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder for a moment. You saw something move. Let us finish cleansing the monastery, Pascal. Executing. Let the Omnissiah given motive force flow and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. Definitely an impressive reactor. Witness. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. It's actually not that great for her, if I'm gonna be honest. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's see what we can pick up off of everyone's corpses. You got some bodies to loot. So most of this is gonna go to the one trader. Because he's got stuff I want to buy.
None shall stand in my way.
I don't know, should be everything and everyone. Yeah. It's GTFO. Alright, bro. Looks like we can get out of here.
A new challenge for me.
Cenobium has been saved. Oh, I missed a corpse somewhere. Okay. Alright, well. We can go back to the void ship. Talk to Heinrichs, since he's a new companion. Then I want to go to a few other places before we essentially wrap up stuff on this one.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time. Thanks to you, I have succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Rycat. There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than
Hey, finish guy.
I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Thank you for the Inquisition's generosity. Is greatly appreciated.
May the elucidator serve
Yay.
House von Valancius as faithfully as it has served the acolytes of the Holy Ordos up to now.
Hey guys, how you doing? Heinrichs cuts you a glance, on which you suddenly realize is charged with a strange, almost personal interest before deferentially averting his gaze.
Apologies in advance if I unknowingly violate the protocol for conversing with someone of your elevated status. I think a slip in composure is to be expected when one is hosted personally in the Lord Captain's study.
What do you think will become of the electrodynamic Cenobian?
It all depends on the electro-priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
These stress with CEST, my day turned stressy real quick. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it just goes better for you. What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
This kind of opens up a path that y'all know my predilections here. I must return to my duties. Heinrichs is about to say something else when he is interrupted by the sound of a vox signal. Someone is trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Congratulations on the victory, your ladyship. The entire vessel was impatiently waiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Middenay is waiting for you in the command center to discuss matters, but I ask you to delay the visit and turn your gaze to the Novus Nobilites station instead. We're in desperate need of a new navigator, but all our communication requests are still being ignored. I do not see how anything other than a personal visit from a woman with your stature can convince the representatives of the Novus Nobilite to break their silence. Substitute crazy lady who beat me up in October decided today to call my social worker the N-word, among other things, and told the cops to lick her backside very colorful. What the fuck is wrong with people? Jesus. Seriously, man. Sorry I had to go through that, Ice. Like, you definitely have been having really rough times, and it's not nice. I hope that things ease up for you soon. Okay, before we go to talk to him, let's go talk to Janris. Victus informed me about a problem with the servitors. What happened? You see, your ladyship, the ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of times, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Generous Stanrock nervously pulls on his luxurious frock coat as if it were uncomfortably tight. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself, but I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. Yes, but yeah, I feel a bit more scared again. I really do not blame you. I really don't. Like, I honestly hope that she gets fucking jail time or something. Because she definitely needs it. That is really not fair to you. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments pending your decision. Pascal Hanneman expressed a desire to be present during the inspection should it be carried out. I suppose the expertise of the esteemed Magos may come in handy. How goes the 40k heresy shenanigans? Literally, just one tiny level took me almost 2.5 hours to just finish. It's one of the smallest ones in this entire game, and it took me 2 hours. I don't get how she keeps getting her kids back. Apparently someone is not doing their job properly. Because they should not be in an environment like that. Really, they shouldn't. A speedrun? I wish. I wish to take a look at these servitors before deciding their fate. As you wish, your ladyship. Would you like the agency of Prime to accompany you? Yes, Pascal shall come with me. As your ladyship commands. And this is where things get very long again. When her ladyship arrived at the scene, she found the servitors in the same position that they assumed after they had been corralled into the bay, all standing in a long spiraling line and facing the center of their strange formation. The moment her ladyship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion, all as one, as if obeying a command. The servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The technomats tasked with overseeing the defective units even reached for their weapons, but then the servitors went still just as abruptly, staring at her ladyship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath, disturbed by the sight. We waited for the Lord Captain to speak. Her ladyship Valencius took several steps towards the servitors. Immediately the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped toward Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked her movements with frightening precision. The rogue trader halted in place and, after a moment's thought, waved her hand, and the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated that gesture as well. And the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the technomats, so did the servers, as if mocking her. She also seemingly had her door battering ram in a few days ago, so yeah, she's doing great. Can't wait when they kick her out. Is this all happening in the same building you live in? Like, what the fuck? Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it an incline of the head, a wave of the hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute until the servitors finally came to a stop, not sensing any threat from them. The rogue trader approached with confidence. The Lord Captain examined the servitors. That is horrifying. I'm so sorry you're going through that, Ice. That's really horrendous. As High Factotum, it was I who had prompted that entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsating under their copper collars inscribed with their past offenses. It was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. A visibly shaken technomat behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitors' bodies after a long slumber deep within their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of their intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. Her gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half machines, half people. The Lord Captain stepped away from the servitors. No worries, this game is essentially me reading a book, reading a game, so there you go. All present held their breath, disturbed by the sight. We waited for the Lord Captain to speak. Her ladyship gestured for Ancient Seer Prime to study the servitors. The Ancient Seer Prime slowly waded into the motionless ranks of the servitors, peering into their faces and checking the readings. There was no haste in Pascal's actions. With mesmerizing diligence, he inspected every single unit in his path, and Beneric prayers were his companions in his investigation. The examination confirmed the Technomat's initial hypothesis. The servitor souls, or rather, the souls of the people they once were, had awakened. Another audiobook for free? Y'all are way too fascinated with me reading. Not yet fully conscious of their past and present, these half-machines could nonetheless feel primitive emotions and sensations such as fear and pain. This undesirable consequence of shoddily performed lobotomy is most rarely observed, and yet for some unknown reason, it had occurred in every single one of the servitors gathered in the bay. Demand a report on the defective unit status from the Technomats. The Technomat's long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized in a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstances did not call for their termination. What can we say? You have a cozy voice. Me just sitting here reading you guys' storybook. Order that one of the servitors be disassembled and its components investigated. A group of Technomats hurried to act upon the Lord Captain's command. Servitors' mechanical parts separated with clicks, snaps, and hisses. Sutures between its wrinkled, pale flesh and augments were laid disgustingly bare. We watched the Technomats do their work and could see every centimeter of the servitor's stiff muscles abounding with valves and cavities pierced by countless cords and tubes. The disassembly analysis complete, the Technomats concurred. The unit was in working order. Nothing in the dissected body that lay before us could provide any insight into the reason behind the defects. I should make note of one more thing. At that moment, all of us present discovered that not just the eyes, but the hands and heads of some of the servitors were now shaking too. It was as if the mechanized servants were overcome with some primordial terror. Made her decision. Her ladyship looked at me with unwavering resolve, and it was that confidence that wrenched me out of the nightmarish stupor that had me tensely observing the scene unfolding before me. The Lord Captain gave the order to dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from torment. Again, I'm mostly playing Iconoclast unless something else happens that is like, okay, you know what? Yes. And you never know. One of them might go ballistic, so rather put them down, but do it in a good way. The Lord Captain's command was executed post-haste. All defective units were incinerated in furnaces, and their remains expelled into the void. The crew was provided with replacement servitors, and soon forgot all about the destroyed unit's peculiarities. Yet this incident haunts my memories to this day. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from her mission. Oh, I want to sneeze so bad. Alright. Let's go. Can send those, that. Gonna keep that because that is her starting weapon, just like that is the other dude's starting weapon. What have I got? Okay, we can keep that. That can go, that can go. Everything else stays, like tradable. Pass it on. Armor kits, trade. Okay, let's see what we can buy. Stalker gloves. Ooh, that is interesting. I might actually keep that. I like the fact that I can just pretty much buy anything as long as I have the profit factor to get it. So that's kind of nice. That might be nice for Avalar, actually. This too, if I'm gonna be honest. Not much else in terms of weapons that I can get if I'm gonna be here. Snag those, because we might need them. Do I force grenade? Oh, I wish I actually had normal grenades, but it's fine. Nothing I could do about that. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is I'm gonna keep because I've got the sniper rifle that I'm also running. Actually gonna... Now, you know what? Let's keep that to him. I'm gonna give that to him. There you go, give him that. What boots do you have? Whenever the wearer deals damage to an enemy, the wearer... No, I'm gonna give this to him. Give these to him. How much agility do you have? 40. 35. 30. Okay, so he's gonna get those. I might actually give these to her. Drop that in there. He can carry 2 of these. That's about it most I think I can do. Just sad I can't buy grenades. Alright. Let's talk to Heinrichs. Heinrichs looks at you intently, his head tilted. How long have you served the Inquisition?
Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space. Indeed, I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the archenemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of Holy Terra, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the Segment's other worlds.
I'm just asking you visited many worlds during your service, I wager. For someone who's been in service for decades, you certainly look young.
The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. I've endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today.
Let's change the subject.
Gladly.
What can you do as a psyker?
The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of Santic Demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of Chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name, uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative.
I know nothing about you, Heinrichs. Could you tell me a little bit more about yourself?
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn III. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained, and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
Do you remember your home planet?
I do, but I have no ties to my homeworld now. None except my first name. I left Guizorn III when I was still a child. My family disowned me, stripping me of my family name. I was given a new one by those who trained me. Even for a noble, being branded a psyker is a mark of eternal shame. I experienced that firsthand before I was put on the black ship.
How did you discover your abilities?
Like many psykers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great-aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great-aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
I don't know what I'm more surprised by, the absurdity of this story or the fact you're capable of such a show of emotion.
I don't consider raw emotions to be a necessity in everyday communication. But let me assure you that I am more than capable of anger. Fortunately for others, I learned to focus it. Properly measured rage reveals the full potential of combat psychana, in much the same way as aged cheese reveals the notes of a mature amasec.
Tell me about the black ship.
Picture a vast prison ship, filled with frightened, angry psychers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers. Once, when one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day.
Damn! You were sent to the Inquisition straight after training?
No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne.
Well, let's talk about something else. I must take my leave. Here we go. Alright, we spoke to that guy. Now comes the rest of the fun. We're going to the Navas Nobilite. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta actually scan that. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, it's this. Never mind. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Victus poses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside that bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Versirian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Oh, goody. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelar's voice, the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a high-born brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelar strives with all her might not to quell under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant, but you may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb her. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrilla Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. You know what? Sure. We are Astra Militarum, after all. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times called for drastic measures, Vent exclaims hotly. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that the step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelar, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sorbeck, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Warsirian, and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she has finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelar, then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship and no one has informed me? I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rules across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution as was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelar scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors are baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, she will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. Ooh. If I may, your ladyship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did all this start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported out to Chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal Warsirian come into all this? I shall explain, Abelar intones grimly. I beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. He's an okay character, but it's moments like this where I'm like, yeah, your attitude, man. There is an established order to the way things are done on the ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I've always handled internal problems myself, so, of course, when I received information about the cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valentius will find refuge on her ship. You're far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Warsirian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors? It has driven the people to the brink. Made off entirely, I gotta make a late night call because fucking crazy is crazy. Oh no. Take care of yourself, Ice. and I hope things work out. Event says bitterly. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Yeah, that's not a way to handle this. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. Oh. Good luck, guys. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, my dude. You are taking this way too far. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For some reason my brain wanted to say rectus right there. Don't ask. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower deck, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. Master-at-Arms, the ships and forces report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Sarbeck bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Berserion's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Ooh. Mr. Sarbeck, I see you've decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. Sarbeck, explain yourself. The ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers. And yet, it is no secret that the Seneschal... Jesus, I should make this a drinking game. You're all gonna get fucked. And yet, it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Berserion's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your ladyship's servants. Today an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master-at-Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow they will go to the Lord Captain to object to Seneschal's orders. I notice a pattern in these actions. Abelard, do you wish to respond? Mr. Sorbeck, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism to those who merited one? None, Seneschal, for there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard have always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officers' deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fools those you set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. Lieutenant Vent, would you say that the Seneschal has signaled you out from your peers in any way? Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Bossarian has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions. Although, he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. And while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know at least a dozen fine officers whom the Seneschal keeps in his sight to ensure that they continue to strive. Once again, Lord Detective. It's that South African accent that comes through. Now I know why a lot of people think South Africans, when they say certain words, are Kiwis. To prepare new generations of the dynasty's servants, to instruct them, and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it. That is my duty as Seneschal. The ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now was my student at one point. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. I've heard enough. I'll go down to the lower decks and deal with the problem personally. Praise the Emperor. Vent cannot contain her leave. Thank you, Lord Captain. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to you and your Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot 4 myself and see to the expedient resolution of this incident. Every time. Yep, it happens. Alright, let's go. Oh boy. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. A rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this.
And you are here also, esteemed Master Van Callux. Does the Inquisition never sleep?
It is in our collective interest to ensure that the rogue trader does not accidentally meet her demise in the bowels of her own ship. Wouldn't you agree, Seneschal?
So I call backhandedly saying, I'm making sure you're doing your job. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avril Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, Master-at-Arms Jocasta Sorbeck, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has now reached boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order, now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vent looks shaken, but there is a fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Vent, Sorbeck looming over her, or both. Your ladyship, noticing you, the 2 officers snap to attention and salute, their subordinates following suit a moment later. What's the situation? Your ladyship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Under control, Lieutenant? I came here to lead an investigative unit, and what do I see? The rabble is on the verge of mutiny. There is nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads. And you, Vent, are a step away from facing charges yourself. I want to speak to the strikers. Abelar's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right here, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes. Well, let's see what we can do with this. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and the faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd. An elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you've come down to us. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your ladyship, says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your ladyship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for the batons. They want to punish someone? They turn off the heating to all base for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spit with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling towards us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your ladyship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started a purpose of nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread these decks and boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. That's... definitely a shot. Oh yeah, those boots really were fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when working we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your ladyship, we are people of faith. I confirm the information regarding the proper tending of the machine spirits in this sector. Servitors indicate that these commoners are performing the sacraments they are permitted to know. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the arch-enemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I'd had my 3rd little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts scroll out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. Stevedores? They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Sorbeck, was it really necessary to torture these people with cold? The rabble understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting their air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top-deck units are being sent down here. Like that one there with the lieutenant Woodley passed. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who would have had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. The death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain herself is asking us build rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damn enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been the leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day is out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop harassing us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who rob the cultist buddies, and we'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns her back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes darts between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. You know what? Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw the demands and we will consider the rest. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old Nan, listen. The Lord Captain herself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person on the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the road trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. The three clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcer or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against two clan leaders of my own. You want to make peace with the enforcers? Make your peace. Hey, Turk. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. Thoughts, Abelard? The story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, that does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I've seen it before. Abelar's face darkens momentarily. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor. Only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal-choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontent strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. It's been going. Master-at-Arms, where do you stand? Give the rabble a Grox and they will take an agri-world, Lord Captain. They only understand brute force and will interpret any concession as a sign of weakness. Giving them weapons and recalling their enforcers would be folly. It would only be a matter of time before we had a full-scale mutiny on our hands. Then it's decided. Persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your ladyship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your ladyship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. Basically, just stop mutiny. Stopping unexpectedly, Abelar imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelar looks at you and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtow to the disloyal rabble, believe their lies and show them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencia's Protectorate? Let's talk about your role in all this instead. You allowed this revolt to happen. Your actions practically guaranteed it would. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Abelar says irascibly. Remember Lord Captain Theodora? Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Ooh, that first one. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There is a new Lord Captain aboard this ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. Abelar looks at you stunned and exhales loudly. Then he nods curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I'm uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. And Abelar stands straight at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. Abelar speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds a sign of a true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers and scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. Then suddenly everything that had been built over the years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all, Rogue Trader. The Rogue Trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I'm not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I'm duty-bound to aid the new Rogue Trader, to aid you. Jesus, my voice, hello? Trish, To find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess for requirements. I actually feel like the second one's gonna work. It's more, like, fitting. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence he adds, looking at you with interest. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the Rogue Trader desires to stretch her legs, there are far more suitable places. Crisis averted! Jesus Christ, so much fucking reading. I thought there would actually be more voiced parts. And again, I forgot a lot of this. Yes, my memory is that horrible. And that was a big bold block of text. Oh yeah. Okay. Quick save. Go to the Navis Nobilites. Oh, we still have to go to Rakad Majoris. Do a scan, then we go up to Urak 5, sorry. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship, whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit, is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it scattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The Augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. Send a squad to explore the void ship. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines of the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xenos race called the Drakari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak, as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares disturb its slumber. This is just an audiobook with a little bit of gaming occasionally. Pretty much, yeah. Abelard suggests finding out what Xenos were doing in the rocket system. Taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations, the Rogue Trader orders to send more people to the planet. After 2 watches of hard labor, the workers managed to stabilize the Drakari void ship. The soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who had died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, following its abominable nature, came to life, immediately craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel's systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly cruel, deadly traps have been activated on all decks. Monstrous contraptions designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. Soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech on the sinister void ship, but no data that could shed some light on why it came to the rocket system. Needles, shatter shard, venom blade, blast pistol, monofilament grenade. Okay. Interesting. Anything I can actually use though? Ooh, that's actually kind of nice. I'll take that. Alright. Navas Nobilites. Let's go. For Captain reporting, the heralds of the Navas Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Eric 5 being off limits to visitors. Intercepted signals from beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps this seemed Navas Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Order the Orger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static in Victus's measured voice. The officers from the Orger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators, heralds, ignoring us? Order the crew to commence docking with the station. This sounds ominous. Let's go. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Let's go. Oof. My ass. My chair is chewing my butt. I've actually been sitting a lot today.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Huh. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet black unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lower lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I'll unleash the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. And just basically another name for the Void. Ablar, if you'd be so kind. The Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands her ladyship the rogue trader von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Corona's expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that Nobilite custom requires Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, her ladyship the rogue trader is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. Oh shit, hey! How you doing, Rufus? Welcome in, everyone. Good lord, I'm sorry I'm clearing my throat so much, but I've been reading for 3.5 hours. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm Warden Artemis. I run the Penitentiary of Lude. Or if you just want a normal name for it, Horny Jail. This is a place where we make dirty jokes, We are perverted little bastards, but we are nice people. We're just mostly horny. Hey, you were also playing Rogue Trader. Hell yeah. What were you playing? Hey there, dragon. Yeah, usually I play a variety of games. Like, I'm supposed to play Cyberpunk and Monster Hunter Wilds, but my SSD kind of decided to fall apart. Hey, Green Bandit. And thank you for the follow, Rufus. I appreciate it. I hope you had an awesome time and that you enjoyed yourself. You guys need to get up, get yourself a snack or anything, or if you need to run, that's all cool. And don't worry, I'm not going to be mad if you talk about your own stream. We all share the same platform. I'm not going to be a bitch about it. Literally. I don't understand people's ways about stuff when it comes to this. Seriously. I just want people to have a good time and enjoy themselves. The world's a shitty place. If I can make you smile, then hell yeah. So is this your first playthrough, or is this stream title I've played this once before, and I played a crime lord. But because my SSD died, I can't continue my Cyberpunk and Monster Hunter Wilds because the Mechanical Drive and those two games specifically hate each other. So I decided while I'm saving up to get a nice beefy SSD, I'm gonna play this. So yeah. It's interesting. But I'm playing a different route from how I did before. Like when I played a crime lord, I bounced between being dogmatic and heretic. So that was fascinating. As the Astra Militarum, I'm kind of bouncing between dogmatic and iconoclast. Oh, what it comes to this. So my first playthrough from here, however, and I just made it. Oh, that's awesome. How are you enjoying the game? I hope you're really, like, having fun. Like, this is one of the few games I can say that has had my attention fully and wholly for the first time in... It's probably been a year. Maybe more. Where I don't feel like I'm losing my interest halfway through. I like it, but it's so much dialogue. Don't worry. The inmates for some reason like me reading, so this has been fun for them. But alas, my voice doesn't feel the same about it. As you can hear, I'm getting slightly crispy. Just slightly. A wee tad crispy. I'll get game for you. Yeah, no, at one point I'm gonna start sounding like I'm going through a pack of 40 cigarettes a day. Jesus. Hey, butterfly. So if I clear my throat a lot, I'm sorry. It just kind of happens. This is what I'm dealing with. And we're all gonna suffer together. I kind of just want to get through this place. Maybe the prison planet as well. And then I'm gonna capital for the night. But that entirely depends on how long my voice is gonna last. Because I be getting crispy. But yeah, usually I play a variety of things. Tomorrow night might be Magic the Gathering on Tabletop Simulator. Maybe. If not, I'll either play more of this or I'll switch to Hunt because I still have to finish my Battle Pass on Hunt. Friday, it's a mixture of Hunt Showdown and Escape from Tarkov. Saturdays is probably going to be more of this. My original schedule is Cyberpunk Wednesdays, Monster Hunter Wild Saturdays. But yeah, it is what it is. Alright, time to get back to me reading an entire game. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this place. For lack of better ideas, and given how meaty this game is, I dedicate Warhammer Wednesday to Rogue Trader. Perfect. I'll have to stop by. Though, I'll have to check what time you're live, and see if I can stop by and hang out a bit. The joys of time zones. Wonderful. So, you did not arrive to offer support to the traders? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Urak 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. Pains me to say that you are not on the guest list. The navigator looks at his guards and winces. Soldiers are quivering as if their tormented flesh are being flayed, yet they keep clutching their weapons. Provide me with a navigator, and I will immediately depart the station. Since you're asking, I normally start at 1 PM EST, with Wednesdays and Saturdays being my scheduled streams. Girl streams may apply to the same time slot. I have to go check it out. Hold on. You know, while you're here, let's do this. Back to Twitch. Ah, another American! Alas, I'm not that lucky. I'm Southern Hemisphere. Not anywhere near the US. It's, at the moment, 11:30 PM for me. Right. Hell yeah. I'll see when I can catch you. I'm spirited, actually. I went by AST for the international community. So I think you're actually on the same time as I am. I'm South African. So I usually generally sit on EU times because I'm either an hour behind, hour ahead, or on the same time zone as people who are generally in the EU. And there we go. And I popped you a follow. I'm definitely going to stop by. It's always nice when you meet someone that raids you and they kind of stick around and talk. Again, I'm not going to blow up at people if they want to talk to, like, about their stream, especially if it's something that they're excited about or passionate about. I'm not going to be a bastard about it. So if you want to talk about it, go ballistic. I'm not going to be an asshole. Think you're 1 hour ahead? Nope, it's 11:35 for me. We're in the same time. I do not think this is possible. Urak 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. Besides, Felix gestures at the disorder around him. You've chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. I followed. I could have sworn they were ahead of me. Nope, we're in the same time zone, though when it's daylight savings, I think you guys are ahead of us? I think. I could be wrong. You're either ahead or behind when it's DST. Why would a keeper of the station command vile units condemned by the Emperor? The blame lies with Theobald Orcelio, the second keeper of Urak 5. The old man was a great navigator, but he could no longer control his powers. I begged him to retire, but he was too obsessed with our mistress, Lady Cassia. His madness and stubbornness spelled doom for the entire station, for he opened his third eye in a fit of rage and unleashed the horrors of the warp on those who displeased him. The Theobald I knew would have never used his powers in such a reckless manner. This will be difficult to explain to the uninitiated, but I'm going to try. The warp currents in this system have been tumultuous for dozens of cycles and have worn the veil between our world and the Immaterium thin and frail, at least here at the station. The ruinous powers are trying to tear it down completely and corrupt all living beings. The servants were the first to fall victim to it. Oh, their bodies morphed, and pain and despair drove the poor souls mad. The lunatics took my mistress prisoner and almost destroyed the station, but I rallied the few who still followed the light of the Golden Throne to set things right. The Lord of Navigator here is speaking the unvarnished truth. I bet his station is full of voices and whispers. all trying to break through from the other side, waiting for you to reach out and swing the door open wide. The suffocating grip of the Immaterium can be felt across the entire system. It is not surprising the veil grew thin here of all places. The Novus Nobilite can command the warp currents, but the use of their abilities wears down the barrier between the two worlds. I sincerely hope the influence of the Immaterium has not yet affected your body and your soul. With all due respect, I advise you not to remain at the station. Return to your void ship. I need to save Lady Cassia. If you are not willing to help or indeed risk your life, you must leave now. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor, under different circumstances, and yet... Philip takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the Mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orcelia herself. This is a control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other part was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the Mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. Pascal excitedly reaches for the data slate, requesting access to the object's data crypt. The Novus Nobilite used the independent modifications of standard sanguinary technologies due to the uniqueness of the genetic code inherent in the lineage of each house. Jesus Christ, English, please stop failing me. I know you're not my first language, but come on. Bellic looks exhausted, but arrogant resolve bolsters his voice. And these technologies were made secret for a reason. I must respectfully decline your request, esteemed servant of the Omnissiah. You have your sacraments and we have ours. So am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory in the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Novus Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength. Something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So what have you decided, descendant of the von Valentius line? You know what? Sure, why not? I'll rescue your mistress, but in return I require that House Orcelio sign a contract with my protectorate. Bellic's reply sounds curt and tired. So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters. But should you fail, our arrangement is finished. Oof. Okay. Alright, I get it. Makes sense, though. Let's see what this is.
Excellence matters.
And the force far beyond any mental capacity, the faces of twisted pain in the hands are fused with improvised weapons. Ooh, that's disturbing. See, last time I didn't go here. Or I went here first. Like, this was my first stop in the game the first time I played. So this is kind of now new for me, where I took my time a little.
The Navis Nobilite is a unique part of the
Nobilite.
Imperium's apparatus.
There we go.
The privileged position navigators occupy enables them to carry out questionable acts, which they hide behind the walls of their fortresses.
The station's silence can hardly be considered a good sign. Perhaps it was attacked by cultists, or, as with our ship, the strike came from within.
That's a very strange, like, conversation to have with the fact that we're standing inside the station at the moment.
An expected result.
But, sure. Okay, that's cool. Perception. Let's go. Air kickback. No, that's not gonna help me. might actually be useful. I am somewhat tempted at some point to play an operative. See what that would be like. Nah. Hey, Yaga. Yaga House? I'm not sure how to say that because the English half of my brain is like Yaga and the Afrikaans half of my brain is like... Or, well, Jaga and then Yaga. Multilingual problems. How are you doing, though? Hope you're enjoying yourself and you're having a good day. I'm German, so it's possible for you to pronounce it. Yaga House? Yaga House? I think I'm just gonna call you House, though. I know that's gonna be easier for me if you don't mind. Pain channeling was very nice to have, I realized. Oh, wanted to take that under recommendation. Well, she does. Yeah, I literally call Afrikaans budget Dutch. Want dit is basies wat dit is. Dis Duits met Dutch gemeng. So dis mengsel van die twee tale. Well, I'm a house, I'm there's just German. There you go. The house always wins. How are you holding up, though? Considering it's probably nighttime for you, I hope that you had a good day. Ooh. It's not bad. Tomorrow's a holiday, so I'm probably up till 1. Oh, that's nice. Oh, it's interesting. Very interesting. Kind of nice. Yeah, we also have public holiday tomorrow. Oh. Tomorrow I'm deep diving into my Warhammer minis. Oh, that's awesome. I unfortunately have not ever played with the minis just because it's expensive and I don't have the time for painting. No, I'm literally just enjoying playing the PC games. And your brain, the lore. Ironically enough, I'm fine with the lore part because it's always interesting to me to hear about it. And I'll take that. So I don't mind that part as much, but yeah, stuff like the minis and so on, ugh. I'm not sure TT Sim does have mods for that. Yeah, but I also feel like learning everything about how to play the game in the first place is gonna be a bit much for my brain at the moment. Just at the moment. Just a scooch. Just a tad. I will stick with my Magic the Gathering for now. At least I know Magic is simpler to learn because I used to play Standard, so yeah, there's new things I'm learning, but it's not as bad. You seen the chart that displays horrors? I saw it, and it's a lot.
We need to investigate.
Me pick up. Thank you. Me pick up shit. Thank you. Must always pick up the goodies. Must have goodies. Must have goodies. Must have goodies. Alright.
Follow my lead.
Certain athletics. Okay. Time to save. Now we get to the fun parts. Sure, let's just walk into it and get it over with.
Submit and you'll die quickly.
This isn't gonna be that bad if I'm gonna be honest. Should be fine. Oh shit, what? What? Oh shit. What happened? Nope, everything's fine. You doing Cassia last? Yeah, because the first time I played, this is my second playthrough. The first time I played, I did her first. So this is my first time doing this now with her last. It's gonna be pretty interesting for me to see what the differences are.
I must not falter. Onward.
I'm actually looking forward to this. Hey, Dave. How you doing?
Moving out.
Always wonder what it's like not doing Cassia first. Well, now we get to see. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hope you're taking care of yourself, Dave. Okay, for now. Yeah, sure.
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Doing good. Has been a weirdly busy week. I hope everything's fine. I am kind of careful of using Adira's abilities. So, you know what, Adira, have fun. Just pew pew your pistol at people. Just go sit in the corner, have some tea, have some biscuits. We'll take care of the rest.
Why is the ring?
Because, ma'am, the last time we used you, something terrible happened, and it was not fun.
Stay vigilant. Follow my lead.
Something crawled out of the tittle bitties of hell, and it did not like me at all. So, no. Funny for you. Yes, funny for me. No.
Everyone, step aside. I won't object.
At your beck and I took care of this one.
Weather the storm.
Follow my lead.
Follow my lead.
To be honest, I'd be worried if those titties did have something. Okay, you know what? Usually boobies are nice and all, but if they're Hell's titties, I got some questions. I'm not sure those are gonna be good titties.
Indeed.
Yum.
Reduced to dust.
I just play with them. God damn it, titty! Why do you do this?
Minor setback.
Oh, those aren't. What the fuck is that? Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, fuck it, hell.
All too easy.
All titties deserve love.
Onward.
You know, if they're human, sure. Elf, maybe. Dwarf, questionable. But if they're, if they've got horns and shit poking out, I draw the line there. I'm a titty lover, but I'm drawing the line. Ew. Why? Now I have mental images. Why did you guys do this to me? I now have mental pictures that I should. Bleh.
My lead.
As long as I can suck on them and they cannot lose an eye work. Jesus Christ. For everybody new, welcome to Horny Jail. Again, like I said, we're perverts, but we're all good perverts.
The Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor commands, strike is a prayer.
I mean, I see it too, so you're not the only one suffering. Yeah. It's fine. Dear, you're doing a great job. Just keep shooting everything and not using your powers right now, cause yeah, I'm not fighting with a demon again.
Weather the storm.
It's Warhammer, what did you expect? You know what? Fair.
But of course.
But bleh. Or a lot of fun people are in Horny Channel. There's a whole faction that, oh yeah, no, I know, but it's also like some titties.
For the throne's glory.
Some titties. I mean, sometimes they don't go. There be some boobies that I even I draw the line. The memes, they get to you.
Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Damn, Pascal. Yeah, a lot of movement on you, boy. Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay, you can suck on them and not get a medical condition. Oh yes, like the tech priest worshipping a toaster. You know, I can kind of see that. Apologies, but it is a personal pet peeve. The faction or god is not about sex, it is about excess.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
That's fair. I forgot how disturbing stuff like this can be. Hey. Oh, look, tentacles. I'm cursed by tentacles. I always get tentacles in my games. Wonderful. Sure. Nadira, let's see if you can hit him. Nope, nope, you still can't. But disrespecting the air fryer. That's a little thing like I wore West Hammer? It's canon now. But it just gets me into because it's easy. Yeah. And the gods have both negative and positive attributes. Yeah, I suppose. Still funny as hell, though.
I won't object to
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Oh my goodness.
I took care of this one.
Think that's the last one? Yep. Alright, time to pick up their unmentionables, though considering the state of their bodies, I'm not sure how good that is. Yeah, you can sell those off, it's fine. Doop doo 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 doo. Born is basically just anger management Charlie Sheen on crack. Oh, fucking hell. You know, I kind of see that. Goodness gracious. Yeah, sure, I'll take this. Angel's weird street magic magician next time. Oh, funny.
Done.
Oh, I don't know how many people have like seen weird adverts. You mentioning is the owner of every porn site. I literally had a good laugh the one day when I saw
I won't tolerate weakness.
Entire thread on Twitter about funny adverts, and one of them was for P-Hub.
I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
In his service, will they find strength and fortitude? Only thus will they turn their hearts away from the frailties that lead to heresies.
And one of the adverts was for P-Hub, and it was a guy sitting in front of a computer with his girlfriend on the other side. And she's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Nothing." And the tagline was, "P-Hub, a site with a whole lot of nothing."
Victory awaits.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I was like, well, not wrong. Yeah, there's a whole lot of nothing happening. Yeah, nothing happening on YouTube called Sophie and Chimp made some really good videos on the Chaos Gods. I'll have to watch. So far, I've watched Luton and Bricky stuff quite a few times, but that's about it. I've not gone very deep into things. Should I get into Warhammer? Is the memes. Oh yeah.
The machine god grants me
That's how I got answered. Hey, if it works, it works. That's all that matters. Take that. Grab the goodies, because we always want goodies. Pascal, go do your thing.
My success is irrefutable.
It's about
Thank
time.
you. Pascal, open the door.
This explorator
Thank
is
you.
blessed with multifunctionality.
Oh, no worries. Take care, Tyrion. Can have a good stream. Oh, is that better than what I have? No, it's not. Well, fuck. Oh well. I've recently started playing Baldur's Gate 3 again. After putting way too much time in it the first time. And I ended up modding it with a special mod that adds the Aetherborn as a playable
None
race.
shall
It's
stand
been
in
interesting.
my way.
I'm broken Tarkov now. Teddy, what did you do? What did you do? Sorry if my clearing my throat is bothering anyone, but my voice is fried. I'm toast. Gambling? No. Escape from Tarkov. It just makes you lose everything. Take items case. You know what? Valid. I get it. The cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. The tech priest Vox systems emit a Benderic drill, and his mechadendrites start furiously lashing at the air. With counter-strike. Yeah, fair. I'm recording the blasphemy. The person found guilty of such cruelty to a noble machine mechanism must be sentenced to immediate destruction. Awaken the cogitator. It's not gambling, it's just storage. Yeah, it's literally just storage because you get various tiers that you can buy into on Escape from Tarkov, and me and Teddy are the standard tier, which means we have the bare basics. So space is a problem. It's a very big problem. So for us, buying stuff like the items cases and so on that we can use as extra storage, very big thing. Unfortunately, very fucking expensive too. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans of the lumens, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator system. Request data on the station's navigators. Tarkov's inventory management with a death penalty. Accurate. Very accurate. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Felic Orsilio, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orsilio, location upper chambers, status alive. Calomiro Orsilio, location upper chambers, status deceased. Alexius Orsilio, location lower levels, status deceased. Rasmus Estevan Orsilio, location unknown, status deceased. The child, location upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds the permissible limit, status unknown error. Attention, calming procedures advised. Attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact the station keeper or the Novus Laboratorum custodian. Examine the log. The archive data stored in the cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. See the first one. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. A282? Jesus, okay. What kind of build are you going for with the Rogue Trader? Plasma Melta? So far, it's kind of a mixture of plasma because I've got a plasma sniper rifle and a normal gun. But if I get anything better, I'll see what happens. Like, I'm just kind of going off a feeling with this playthrough. Instead of going, I'm gonna build this way. I'm just gonna go and see what happens. Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. Tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back, the officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. No. Laser sniper. Normal sniper. Las gun. Pew pew. Yeah. I have the laser gun. Not plasma. Would have been nice, but I don't have that. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to the explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. You have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winter Scale Siren for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. The rescue team is not coming. We're on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Well, shit. The following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Examine the recent entries of the incident log. Report X880 originator classified date classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have the remains pre-processed. Report X886 originator classified date classified. The negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Report X891 originator classified data expunged. Examine the station's docking log. The log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aronto or Cilio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Examine the security and life support logs. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life, and a singular repeating message streams down the vid screen. Warning. Damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning. Living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning. Unable to access the station's docking system. Warning. Energy regulation system unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. Not shady at all when the head of House Roselia died. I know, right? That's like a dead fucking giveaway. It's like, come on, man. You are not making it easy to trust you. Shady as shit. Pascal casts a brief glance at the vidscreen and speaks dryly. The imminent demise of this device? The imminent demise of this void station is affirmed. The damage to its core infrastructure has reached critical mass, at which point further degradation has commenced and is in a cascading configuration. View the encrypted data. Something buzzes in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the vidscreen. Required access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. You know what? Let's try breaking through. Let's go for it. Fuck yeah. We easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processors were unhappy. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child delete picked flow disable access code annul station controls delete activate shuttle self-destruct purge command log. That was a line. I realized that on my third playthrough. Yeah. Same. Like, the first time I saw it, it was like, oh, okay. And now it's like, sir. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, only the keepers of the station have access to life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that... And that line there is why I don't trust Philip. He definitely stands out. The vidscreen blinks and the mechanisms in the machine's core emit a quiet hum. Well, Reich and Minoris for help. You know, we're just gonna press buttons, we'll find out. The system cannot carry out your command despite the eager compliance of machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms. For anyone wondering, first time I played this, I skipped quite a few of the flavor text. Now I'm enjoying it. Switch to the main chamber controls. The cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start turning with heavy grinding and clacking. The tired machine spirits grant you access to the station's control, or at least its part that still obey the cogitator. Open all doors and level. The cogitator's vid screen goes dark, as if the machine spirits have fled their mechanical casket, but your assumption is incorrect, as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted, processing error. I'm not gonna read that. Pascal's Vox systems emit a binaric trill. The spirits of the sacred machine require special purification rituals in order to restore utilization of the lingua more familiar to the citizens of the Imperium. Requesting access to the device. Sure, go ahead. Pascal's fingers drum out a resonant crescendo on the control panel as his mechadendrites remove the metal cover and the data cord slides into the machine's innards. The cogitator's body starts crackling with electrical impulses, and the tech priest nods with satisfaction. A few moments later, Pascal raises his hands above the machine, chants a brief litany only he can understand, and pushes the surviving stump of one of the levers. My humble prayers have satisfied this machine's requirements. Main hall. The cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the station active systems. According to the report, the door has already been opened. Library. Because why not? It's already open. You push a few buttons on a control panel, but the system rebels and keeps resetting your commands. According to the data, the compartment you're trying to open is depressurized. Guardroom. Already open. Cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the station's active systems and produces the following message. Protocol has been executed. The passage has been opened. And now the lab. Nice. The cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the station's active systems and produces the following message. The protocol has been executed. Passage has been opened. Turn to the list. Main elevator controls. Few manipulations with switches make you realize the elevator to the upper chambers is blocked. Activate the elevator. Processing query. Confirmed. Turn. Step away. Thank the machine spirits and reset the operating protocol. Now we just need to head to the lab.
Follow my lead.
Time to pick up the goodies. I shall take that. Thank you. I appreciate. And then there's still some goodies somewhere lying over here. Need this side. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, things be looking a little hairy over here. It's just a scooch. Oh god, the lab was. Funny enough, I actually figured it out on my first try and I was like, oh. Oh.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Let's see if I can do that again. There's shit to pick up here. Like that. Let's take that. Can never have enough goodies. Let's take all the goodies. I just pushed buttons and it worked. I don't know.
Operation.
I reloaded like 5 times before asking the Omni Simon, Mr. Google. I don't know what to say. It was literally just luck. I just did it the first time. I was like, oh.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Small brain. Yeah, because when I enter a room and I see that there is something I can click, I will click on it, and that's what I did. Remake the control rod. There we go. I don't know if that's the puzzle you're talking about. If it's not, then I'm very curious. I'm indeed very curious. So it's not the lab? The one you're talking about? The other stuff. Oh, I didn't actually notice those. Hold on. Let's see. You can make like drugs. Oh, that's probably why I didn't go through, because I was like, oh, yeah. Because I think on my first playthrough I saw this stuff for the drugs and I was like, I'm not gonna bother because I'm not sure if I'm gonna be using it that much. So I just kind of gave up.
Victory awaits!
What? Oh, never mind. I know what this is. Never mind, never mind. I'm being dumb. Trading the rocks you picked up and mixing the makes with the flesh samples and liquids. Oh. It's actually funny that they have a full-size statue of Cassie over here. You know, when I figured out it was drugs, I was like, do I really need those?
Nothing's
Wrong
impossible
order and the
for
whole
this
thing
old
explodes.
officer.
It's about time.
Makes sense. Alright, let's talk to this bastard. Fella Corsilia looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged. Resistance to poison and boosts. And there is some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks. Man is literally scaly. Sadly, I need to close down and get going on my end. No worries, no worries. You take care of yourself, Rufus, and I hope you have a wonderful night yourself. Sleep well. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Adira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder, and she starts mumbling. Crossroads, there are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Considering I know what's gonna happen after this, thank you. Everything is clear now. Adira nods tiredly and glances at Felix out of the corner of her eye. The station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Felix waves at Adira Wolf and looks at you expectantly. Hand over the key. Felix exhales loudly and smiles. Thank you, Rogue Trader. I don't even know what to say. Status and honor prevented me from admitting it before now. But you have awoken hope in me. Hope they might actually leave the station together with the mistress. Which is why I'm not about to ask one last favor of you. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator powers. Their absence makes me a living target, but this weapon is useless against you, as is the bunch of lunatics wielding it. I humbly ask you to deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with a relic of our house, a sacred amulet against all evil. Recent events have badly disturbed Lady Cassia's psyche, and warp entities always lust for weaker souls, especially when the veil grows thin. You two will be safe next to this charm. Sure. Why not? You're going to need this charm. Felix hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch no matter how long you hold it in your hand. May the God Emperor's light be with you. So the first time I used the thing. I'm not gonna do it this time. I'm gonna see what happens. I'm curious. Let's go. Nah, the consequences ain't worth it. Persuasion best way. And the first time I gave it to her, or used it on her, I don't know how else to word it. This time I'm gonna see what happens without it. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed like talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continuously streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice a third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a bejeweled ornament. When your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. You're enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. How was my own little pals weren't bad enough? Now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. I'm registering abnormal activity in my tear ducts. The salt being produced by my body may negatively affect the performance of my respiratory apparatus. The vulnerability must be rectified. It has been logged. That's what you're fucking saying. You don't want to cry. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head and her white hair veils her face. Yeah, you know what? Let's persuade her. Lady Cassia, you travel with a tech priest. I'm here to help you. Please calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Or hold the betrayer's dead already? And you, who are you? Von Valencius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features, and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. Sis, I feel faint. Heinrich jerks abruptly as if he intends to dash forward, but someone else is quicker. Also, the first time I didn't have Heinrichs with me, so that little interaction there is new to me. The heavy-set old man, who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child! Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, turn preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. Fun fact, persuasion is also a good way to start a romance with her. Okay. I did save before I came in here. I saved before I came in. Ew. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. Eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I mean, if you open the door with the servants, they were locked down. Near the Cartrete? Yes, I did. And there was nobody alive in there. They're all dead. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orsilio down upon your head. Yeah, if you wait too long, this place just goes to shit, it seems. Because I remember the first time when I came through here, and I came here first, there were people alive in that room. And this time, they're dead. All of them are dead. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the Whisper shriek like crazy. You might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Hepler places his hand on his weapon. At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Urak 5. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service. So who are you? You gotta be kidding me. Should be back. Yep. Apparently I just had to stop stream and start it all over again. Fuck my life. Twitch, you son of a bitch. Sorry about that. I apologize. Also, what kind of makes it difficult is because I'm streaming from South Africa, it is a little difficult because I'm not using native Twitch servers. I'm streaming through a relay. And so it does make life a little bit difficult. Okay. Von Valencius, rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you've not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orcelio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. Thank you, Bentley. All hail the machine spirit. Fuck Twitch! What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's smoky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down from the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away from with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Oronto, acting head of House Orcelio, in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after seeing everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Argento looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. What happened between you? I want to know what happened between you and Felix. Felix is my wayward student. He came to Eurek 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me. But he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious child, the heir of our house, our sacred child. And to revel in the power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our navigators, to Tiffany Orcelio, who lead our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throat. Jesus, English. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor, or the lawful scion of a noble house. Theobald speaks his words softly, looking at the unconscious young woman with reverence. The interrogator looks from the unconscious Cassia to Theobald. I presume this Navis Nobilite or Nobilite house has reasons for treasuring the child other than uncontrolled outbursts of warp sorcery. What might those be, I wonder? A young, immature navigator who likely hasn't yet completed her training? Theobald interrupts him with an indignant shout. Enough! I will not have you questioning myself on my charges within dominion of House Orcelio. Bellic accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers. I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation. The child's life were not at stake. Very well, I have no choice, or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobility. If the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you. Yep, I've been live way too long. My voice is like, nope, we done. I guard the station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I force the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant. And I faithfully protected the child during the coup. You're talking as though you expected I hear. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Raise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You know what? I've made my decision. Is that so? Please share your thoughts. Felix is a true monster. Let's do away with him. Together. I'm always going to choose Theobald's side in this case because Felix is an asshat. And we don't support asshats. Theobald dips his head in favor of the proposition. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I'll revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Racelios here will help us to destroy our enemies and shield us from Felix Navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle. Alright, let's see if there's anything we can actually pick up around here, because I don't remember. Oh yeah, there we go. There's goodies. Take the goodies. Alright, we save, and then we go do battle.
None shall stand in my way.
It's actually very easy to defeat him by yourself, just presenting all the evidence before heading up. Still, it's always fun watching these guys get involved in the fights.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
You dare cross the faithful!
I always find it when he just yoinks out a pistol.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Not a problem for
Me, a pistol shoots point blank damage. Yep, pretty much. Always funny.
I must not falter.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Request approved. To post-mortem servitorization. Denied.
That dice roll looked like mine.
Moving out.
Stay vigilant.
These guys are horrible at cheating. What the hell?
Follow my lead.
Oh, well, one of them got someone.
Follow my lead.
Progress.
My place is at the fore. Reduced to dust. It will be done. I took care of this one.
That is not the Emperor.
Follow my lead. What is this, Popo?
Oh, let's see if she can actually hit someone with her pistol this time.
Will do.
Hey, she actually did.
Let's see to it.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Just chucks a grenade at him. I mean, if it works.
Let's see how they respond to this. Absolutely not.
Weather the storm.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Messiah knows all, comprehends
Oh, my
all.
feet. I must not falter.
Weapon at the ready.
He's just kind of chilling in the fire, so that's nice. Just staying there.
My faith strengthens me. Break their morale.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about it. That's my one big flaw. Throw a bomb is generally a very valid tactic. If it works.
Doubt is for the weak.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Just a small pew.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
He was a fine seer of the warp. He fought for his mistress until the end.
I'll have to remember to take that for her.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Losing a mentor is a sorrowful event, beginning the mantra of spiritual assuagement.
I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Alas, no way for that to happen.
What are you going to do to me?
You know what? Why not? Let's go with some number 2. The closest thing to a grenade launcher in this game. Ooh. First grenade records 0 IP. That's nice. Lady Cassia, I, Von Valencius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orcelio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Hey, you know what? Let's swap out you for you. There we go. Grab the corpses, because we need all the bullsheets. Yeah, I'm essentially gonna end this stream after we get back to the ship. Next stream, I'll do the talkie with with her when I can do like one-on-one. Because I like when I get a character, speak to them once we return to the void ship, but my voice is fucked. So I'm probably only gonna do what is necessary now for reading. Then I'm gonna disappear, but I'm gonna drop off everyone with someone. So, that's the plan. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Novus has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously, your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Victus, then, lowering lashes, slightly turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? A few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders. Jesus, I'm tired. I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Navus and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. You know what? I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navus. Cassia nods in thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. Ask that you do not follow me, if you can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it's opened. Ooh, the voice. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. I'm actually not sure. I really am not sure. I'll have to figure out, like, along the way, who I'm gonna gravitate towards. Because my first time, I accidentally started a romance, apparently, with, what's his name? Heinrichs, without realizing it in the prologue. I was like, okay, well, that was not my intention, but sure. Yeah, so I'm just gonna be like, okay, let's see what happens. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum. Yeah, it was completely by fucking accident. I was like, oh, why? The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Novice picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. You hear the exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, then the stifled gasp of the Lady Navigator, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, and the faint whisper of a brush. Better than early hits romance that just fucked up. That bad, huh? I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. Storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, the daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. The sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. Oh, the Emperor. Hey, Diamond. How are you doing? The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My Gypt, apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Let's let her do her thing. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navus are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain. Their throats roll from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navus after the ritual. Or what is left of them. No, I actually started, my very first Warhammer game was actually Dawn of War 1. That was my very first one. And then I played Soulstorm, which I'm kind of sad I'm not getting to work properly on Steam, because every time I get to a certain mission it just dies. And then I played Dawn of War 2. I bought Dawn of War 3, played it for maybe 2 or 3 hours, and was like, I'm not sure about this one. I have Armada and the Total War ones. So I played a few of the PC games, but yeah. Oh, and I have Space Marine 2. I never played the first one, though. Yeah, Dawn of War 3 was not the best. Yeah, I kind of noticed that. It was like, I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two. And my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. Cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. First was best, second was good. Yeah, the first one was really something special. It was really good. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spreads, but something other. Now I'll retreat to my chambers and recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Spice Hulk? Oh, I never got into the tabletop stuff. I only know the PC games, unfortunately. I have been watching a few YouTube channels that tend to play the, like mini wargaming. I love watching their stuff. I understand nothing about the game, but it's very interesting for me. Our Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station, Uruk 5. Regrettably, we arrived too late to evacuate the residents of the station. The war brought disruptions affecting Uruk 5, twisted the bodies and minds of its attendants. The corruption failed to affect Lady Cassia, thank the Emperor. The navigators are trained to resist the Immaterium's pull. I would also like to remind you that Governor Midine is still waiting to talk to you in his command center. Why is it always business with you, Victus? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain. Are you interested? This week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbances on lower decks. A senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen servitor and plant maintenance. The quartermaster of Store Compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected. Which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist act on the vessel. Well, that's something. I still have business in the system. Inform the governor that he will have to wait. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. God damn, my voice is fucked. Alright. Oh, gotta be Victus! You bitch! Why? Why do you do this to me? No. Okay. More reading. Pain. Suffering. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left the quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. My fucking god. You know what? Fine. Fine game. I'll do it. We'll get through this. Such an awkward little bow.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
I don't normally read the flavor text when there's dialogue just because it gives me a break. I see you're fond of reading.
Oh.
I'm worried here, especially if I'm playing a Days Company.
I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Uruk 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although, Most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
The events that took place in Area 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
I just look over and read all that is happening. Exterminatus. No! I want to exterminate! No! Are you satisfied with your new attendance?
Your servants are somewhat sluggish when it comes to attending a noblewoman of the Navis nobility, but they are quite tolerable. Thank you for your concern.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes a topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is clear that she does not feel comfortable aboard a ship teeming with new people. I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the
she
God
pretty much
Emperor
did.
than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
The funny thing is, I like poking at Cassia because she has extremely fun reactions. Like, one minute she will be all sassy and just fired up, and the next second it's just like, oh, shit, I shouldn't have said that, should I? Whoops. So it's fun to niggle her a little.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
See what I mean? This is why I'm like, oh, it's kind of fun to just poke at her. And considering she's young, gone through shit, why not? Being nice is not the end of the world. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. And it's just as natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
I think you can't romance her, and I think I remember people being like they're sad that they can't. Or can you? I'm not sure.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... My delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
We'll be sympathetic. I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed.
Argenta is interesting. Argenta is very
know.
interesting.
That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so... private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
I do not tolerate idlers on the ship, and my officers know it well. Yeah, I know you can
Then,
romance her.
I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
No, I know you can romance Cassia. Julia gives you a book on how to do it. I'm somehow not surprised. God fucking damn it. Oh, Christ. I think the only other one that can't be romanced, because he is... their urges are essentially non-existent, is Ulfar, unless I'm mistaken on that. Alright. I will have a chat with her at another time. I'm not gonna do that now, because that's gonna be even more stuff and my voice is fucked. I should have ended like, maybe at least a little bit over half an hour, 45 minutes ago. So let me see who's live that I know. If anyone has a suggestion that they want people to, like, drop off somewhere, let me know. I'm fully up for rating a new person if it's someone that you know and that you feel would be nice to have new people. You can even romance an NPC just by talking to her. Damn. Oh, not the button I wanted. Hmm? Interesting. Oh, this one? No, wait. Big this? Oh, Sorbek. You know, I can kind of see that. I can kind of see that. Let's see. Again, if anyone has someone they want to suggest, speak now or forever hold your peace. Otherwise, at best, I can drop you guys off with Tarek. He's playing Lord of the Rings. You want to watch Final Fantasy XIV stuff, I can drop you off with another person I know. If you want to watch Monster Hunter Wilds, I have someone there for that. No worries, no worries. You know what? Let's drop you all off with Goddess Thing. She's always in here, she's an awesome time, she's chill, she's relaxed. I'm gonna drop you guys off with her. Because I've recently got back into playing more Final Fantasy myself. But yeah. Right. I'm gonna drop you guys off. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing tomorrow just yet, because it depends on if we have enough people for Magic the Gathering or not. If we don't, I'll probably end up playing Hunt Showdown for the night. But yeah, otherwise just kind of keep an eye on what's happening. If you want to find out anything I'm doing, you can just whack my Twitter. I usually post shit there. There's also a Discord. So that's the thing. I have a YouTube, which there are 2 channels. I just haven't spent much time on them at this point, unfortunately. I apologize. I've just been kind of busy with life IRL shit that's been happening. But thank you all for being here. You guys are awesome for wanting to spend your time with me. And despite what most people believe, the viewers are the ones that make the streamer. So you choosing to spend 5, 10, 20 minutes with me, or even a whole day, I appreciate that. So, thank you. But do take care of yourselves. Sleep well. Have a good one. And I'll see you all tomorrow night. Take care.